everyone, hope you're having a great day. We're going to be playing some more Ace Attorney, Pheonix Wright. Today, we're on the bonus case now. Bonus case. On case number 5, Rise from the Ashes. We played the first third of this case, which was the first day. Let's go episode selection so I can more accurately describe. So we did opening and the trial, former, and ladder on the first day. We're up to day 2 investigation. So we're about just over a third, I'm guessing, judging by the scroll wheel. Imagine the scroll wheel isn't super great for it, which means we should hopefully end usual time today. This one has like 3 days of investigation and a final day, and some of them have like ladder days and former days. It's a real long one. So who knows, maybe I won't even finish on time today. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. But if you want to watch that one, it's in the Dinosaur Planet stream I did yesterday, which has the title of like, Play Dinosaur Planet, Recompile 0.2.0. I did attempt to fix that the developer told me about for the level puzzle not working. It didn't work. He said, try turning the 60 FPS Hertz mode off, and I did, and it didn't do nothing, so we're still stuck there. I mean, the other thing I could try is like see if I could do it like on the older version of Recompile with the same save state. Maybe it works in that one, and then like bring it over to the newer one. I don't know, man. It's real annoying all around. I will probably release a tutorial for it tomorrow, because I think it's still worthwhile showing how to do like the modding for it, because I'm sure people will be interested in that. I'm just upset that it's not like a clear win for it, but that's neither here nor there. Let's get into it. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes, Day 2 Investigation. I chose some real bad voices for a lot of these characters that I probably shouldn't have, but we stick with our choices, man. It has to be. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot. In the police department's evidence room. What? What's this in the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or at least try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits. I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Oh, don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. We don't even get to choose where we go. We're just like forced into the prosecutor's underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only a victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum wasn't empty. The oil drum kicked over by the police chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? I never. Even though she says they don't get along. Emma's sister really likes his sister. And then my streams weren't working properly. Just making sure everything's working fine. Alright, seems all good. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whatever. There was blood on the floor or not. The water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ha ha ha. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid.
Luminol?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done these tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? But why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? You had an extra pair of those things?
To test for a blood reaction, just spray luminol on it. Like this, see? Press A to spray on it. Okay, let's find us some blood stains.
Acha! Acha!
I guess all he gets is that one bit of blood stain. Nothing else existed.
My god, I have telescopic vision. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, this is the blood stain?
Ugh, it's so... ugh.
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just... this is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But that doesn't strike... But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this scientifically?
The amount of blood seems pretty small.
The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood in the sole of the victim's shoe.
It is strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be more blood than this.
Oh, hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark the floor plans where we found the blood stain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Ah, yeah, and this stuff is pretty handy too.
I saved up all my allowance to buy that.
Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Sky.
We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
Now let's drag that hidden evidence into the light of day.
Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious.
Ah, I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box.
Miss Star!
You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house.
Sorry, just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Star, but...
No, it's okay. It was my fault.
Oh, we know.
I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry.
Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable.
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw the chief prosecutor, Sky, stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands.
Ugh.
I swear it on my honor as a detective, and she stabbed Goodman.
Ugh.
I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what?
So, you were a detective, weren't you, Star?
Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up.
Coughed it up?
They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the Cuff-Up Queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches.
And you were let go or fired?
I felt that I had found my job, my dream job, when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean...
Presenting.
The SL9 incident, it's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know.
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due to transferal that very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, the SL9 isn't over. Not yet.
Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident?
Nope. Why did she tell us more about the SL9 incident? God damn it. 11% this one. And the same as before. She's not being very cooperative with me. Where's my extra talking point here? Alright, what else could I show to make her to talk about the incident? Well, I guess I got nothing for her. I feel like there should be something else there. I think there'll be anything else to investigate here other than the door. Nah, same as before. Not gonna go through it all.
High prosecutor's office, baby.
He wouldn't tell me nothing useful. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. Well, this place is as classy as today as it was yesterday.
And I'm sure it'll still be as classy tomorrow, Emma.
Goodman's ID is what I should use? Oh, okay, I'll head back to it.
Incidentally, Edgewrapp's not here.
Oh, I'm sure he's off doing important investigation.
I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back.
I had one of those up until 2 years ago.
Back when you were the cuff-up queen, right? We found his ID here in the parking lot.
Well, there's no mistaking it. That's definitely Goodman's.
But it's the same ID as the man who was killed in the police department.
That's impossible.
I wish I could be so sure.
Nope, didn't work.
Yes?
Alright. It's a failure state that goes on way too long. Now, crime photo, okay.
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes.
So you went straight to the scene of the crime?
I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes.
In other words, 5 minutes after the crime.
Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were.
5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. It was your lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't gonna have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time?
So stupid. I don't know why it made me have to like show her 4 different bits of evidence to get her to cough this up after the first one said maybe she should talk about it. Oh well. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable.
Disposable? To who?
2 years ago was the biggest case I'd ever handled.
My God. It's all of them. They're all together.
The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they
didn't solve it?
On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Oh no. But what if there wasn't the correct criminal? Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence.
What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of job.
And you were one of those?
Myself and one other person you know well.
Wait, could it be?
Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As a professional detectives, we investigate the case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9?
There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait, those lunches you sell.
There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives in the SL9 disappeared, do we find new evidence?
There has to be a connection.
So, Rookie,
What?
it seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yeah, I am.
Then you should take this.
A Salisbury steak lunch?
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Steak lunch received.
Miss Star, Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his, are you going out?
Why do you want to know?
I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then.
This would be Officer Marshall as a detective.
But now he's so cold.
Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall,
Alright, well, I guess we're done here. Head to the police department.
It's even busier today here than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast, they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all.
So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got from the front desk. Here it is.
She looks like a kid at an amusement park.
Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. The Blue Badger is still writhing around today.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing around like crazy since yesterday.
Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's gonna do something naughty.
Look at that patrolman, he's saluting the other guy. Must be a detective.
You idiot! What were you thinking? Where's your head? Sir, it's right here, sir. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was showing the detective where his head was.
They make a good pair.
Same as before. 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 Okay. Can I move further in? There we go. Guard station.
My God, it's got a lot of alcoholic beverages around the place. You'd think that'd be illegal in a police station like this.
February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station.
What's with the car in this place? It's very, eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for evidence room.
So beyond that door is the evidence room? The scene of the crime.
It sure seems that way. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this guard station, where's the guard?
Well, I have a feeling I know who's here, who he is already. Yipers. They sure are prickly. They must be the real deal.
I would think just one big one would be sufficient.
These cacti, a lot like my sister's actually. A lot like my sister actually.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction, just like her.
Ah, okay. I'm not sure I see the resemblance.
It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity.
So you're saying she's prickly?
There's a security guard uniform hanging there.
Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather... What's that called again?
Chaps.
Or puncher.
A punchy?
A punchy. A pinchy. I know. A poachy. I mean a poochie. I bet. Maybe that wasn't right.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep this information to myself for the time being.
Okay, apparently we don't care about the masses of alcohol up here.
It looks like there's a video feed of the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Look on the floor, a lasso.
Looks like it's set up to trap something.
A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bullet here. But the lasso missed.
You sure have active that imagination. The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. But it won't open.
You fought it open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first.
This swinging door makes the place look some kind of saloon.
But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way.
Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch.
That's even more of a yar in myself.
And let's see anything else here. Must not be time yet. Alright, I guess we're gonna go to High Prosecutor's room. Oh, back out to you. We've got another one.
This place is charged with frantic energy as always.
Can spray luminol.
Please!
Wasn't that for a checker?
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe.
Now's not the time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's not the time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean...
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
On the same day the detective was killed in the parking lot, another detective was killed in the police department.
And the perpetrator. Do you have a suspect?
Yes, well, there is a suspect. We just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But, Detective Gumshoe, who is it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over. I figure it's down there having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room.
Well, this investigation is off to a running start.
Alright, back to the guard station, I guess. Nope, nope, apparently not. How do I use... Oh wait, I pressed the spray button, okay. Didn't realize there was a separate button for spray. There we go. I seem to be getting enough of my spray. I didn't spray the cacti. Oh, I see it, the very top. I'll have to spray even more of that cacti, apparently.
Wow, we got a reaction.
There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right on these spines.
Oh, I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Alright. Where did he move to then? Criminal Affairs Department? Must be. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here.
Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down in the police department.
Yeah, but the same detective was also killed at the same time at the prosecutor's lot.
Ugh, it makes my head hurt.
Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene.
You sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead.
I doubt anyone wants more mysterious mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
I know, the killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure.
He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel.
That same as before.
Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar, my bad.
The blue badge, sir. The future side of the police force.
The design's a little changed from the one outside.
Ah, well, the dancing blue badge museum is still under development, you see.
You have it trademarked?
Absolutely. This is very cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears.
Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then. You'll give her nightmares. That must be the chief of the detectives. He's glued to his computer screen.
What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside to the police department. No, I told that old lady in the restaurant everything.
Someone's getting a demotion.
Damn, dude. Alright, don't see nothing else. Move. Oops. Oh, well, I'm here now. Attention center, business room. Still, I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing.
What was that?
Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator. I say I was perpetrated against her. That's what I'd say.
No, it's this guy.
Hi, greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere here on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. And I've got your report, sir.
Officer Meekins. So, maybe I should give like,
I'm Mr. B6
voice. So you're a guard here at the detention center.
No, sir, no, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. I'm a lost little lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report.
No, sir, how should I say this, sir?
Wait, he isn't, is he? You.
Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you?
Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir.
What? What?
Now this is unexpected turn of defense. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir, laugh at me, sir. Huh? I mean, what you mean to say? I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna tell me how she's just has one just like it.
Me? Why would I?
I know, sir. I'm the only one who've had a girl with matching pin badges. Nowhere. Oh, no. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I don't think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright.
It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth.
Alright, let's talk.
Sir, I'm a patrolman with the General Affairs, sir. Oh, I can hear you just fine, Mr. Officer Meekins. I had some business to do that day, sir. So I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard in the evidence room.
That's right, sir. Because the evidence room is in the evidence room, sir. I mean, the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was that evidence officer Marshall.
Marshall?
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person, yo!
What the heck is he doing? So, what happened then? I like how he's cuffed to his own badge instead of his other hand, because his other hand's always in the salute position.
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red and I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long ago were you out, days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up myself, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky.
Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office.
First things first. First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir.
Don't you think you should just confess?
But, sir, there was nothing I could have do. Nothing you can do. Sir, to tell you the truth, Sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I hollered, sir. The next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew? You were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was all alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because the Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. The shock, oh, the sorrow. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared?
That's some story.
I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, but look at me this way with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you had to label me as the perpetrator of the victim, sir, then label me as the victim.
But you would happen to be in the detention center, and alive, and well at that.
Well, yes, I guess that's true, sir, but I suppose you could say that,
Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Well, sir, I had labeled him as a stranger, a total stranger. Then I'd say it leads heavily to the total stranger side.
So you didn't know him at all?
Sir, I work in a tiny office of vital light, and I'm a creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So, he was a total stranger. Why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Alright.
Have some inconsistencies for you. I'm scared of knives, sir. Okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That did, sir, last night, sir, that's the one.
I was an apple, sir. In my dream, sir. And I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife.
He's overreacting to the knife. But I guess he's been for a lot.
I was wondering if it's maybe like one of those toy knives so you stab into someone and it like shrinks back or something. That would be my guess.
Have some beacons, it's for you.
Same as last time. He reacts to knives the exact same. That's dummy.
Alright, let's show him the officer guy.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir, that's it!
That's what?
My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I have remembered, I saw. You mean you remember what happened? Correct, that car, that was the car that was cause of it all.
This ID card.
Exactly, sir, that's it exactly. Nothing could be more exact, sir. I better pry in this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is that you remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman. A little lost lab, if you will. I didn't know that Mr. Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you, my father's own words, sir.
What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. And when I awoke, I was here. Right.
So, Officer Meekins, why was it they arrested you?
What do you mean, Emma?
Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card.
In other words, we have no idea of knowing if the victim was really the victim.
And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
Yes, sir. That's what I want to say. That is, I did say something along those lines.
Oh, but you still ended up here.
They told me that I had to be here, sir. On the day at the time.
Don't know why I keep changing his voice, but I'll eventually find a good voice for him.
Detective Goodman was definitely in the room. That's what they say. But you don't remember any of the details of events clearly? Oh, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh? Videotape?
From the security cameras. The crime I swore to step out. It's there, it's me on the tape.
And you wait until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, sir. I had enough of my badge, I don't deserve it. No, thanks, I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the scene of the crime.
Alright, see you later, Meekins. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the chief of the detective's desk.
It's Police Chief Grant.
And you're sure this is all? Ha. You know what this means. If there is anything missing. Sir.
Sir, I'm sure it's totally perfect.
Try to remember the goddamn chief of detective's voice that he was using.
Under the seat cushion behind the computer, the murder inside his personal coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal?
And he was like, old man, like,
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
The chief of detectives looking a little flustered.
Righty-ho, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Chief Grant, reporting for duty, sir.
why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
Is Edgeworth gonna be okay?
Oh, Harvey. Oh, you know. They're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Well, they had no end of trouble with the voices last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sitting in the defendant's seat now, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in the case, right, righty-ho?
Van Kammer.
A legend he was. Undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they just do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright hard, I tell you. The detective getting killed on that turf too, I mean.
That being the prosecutors, I assume.
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righty-ho, I can't give away all of our secrets just like that. And this particular, well, it's a little sensitive. I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much anyway.
You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. I can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut.
So he was the one you were picking on earlier?
Oh, you saw that.
I wonder what he wanted the chief of detectives to do.
Let's see. If he's kind of this... Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Hey, you want some steak lunch? That's right, can you take a look at this?
Sorry, Righty-o, I'm going through stuff. I can't find a guy with a busy one.
This guy who can't sit still, does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Even him and the dancing blue badger. Alright, what else we got?
Alright, I think I just go outside then. I don't think I need to talk to him anymore. I'm guessing.
I was waiting.
Nope, alright. Just want to see if there's anything different on any of them. What if we trade a blue badger? No. I think it's just basically saying go talk to him outside blue badger. Alright, well, see you later, buddy. Not seeming to find anyone. Is he a right girl law office? Nope. Maybe there is something I meant to show him. I mean, he's still here, so there must be something I'll show him. Not getting any prompts here. Seems to be unsafe regardless of everything. I really want me to talk to that guy, but I can't find that guy. I mean, I feel like I've shared everything. Maybe I just have to like look at the blue badger again at the front here. Maybe he'll show up. Nope. I can look at these guys again.
Answer me, how many fingers do you see? I'm sorry, sir, I don't know. Well, that's 20 for the left, but nowhere near for the right. Get glasses, officer.
That wasn't a salute. It was an eye test. They make a good pair.
Alright, nothing there. I mean, it's gotta be something to show him, right? There's something else I can talk to him about. He's like the only guy that still exists here. Unless I can like examine in here to find a gumshoe.
Oh, sorry to see that.
Oh, what exactly did Chief Police want you to do?
You see, about that, that's Goodman's task. He wanted me to check for anything that might be a clue. They took everything, every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
So, nothing belonging to Detective Goodman's still here?
Of course not. Except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something?
The date on this is February 21. Better make it over just in case. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Well, we found something. I know. The killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is no good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel.
Alright. Can I move to the other thing? No, okay. New thing to present. So I should probably check it first. Bruce Goodman, ID 59. Oh no, he's misspelled his ID. Which means perhaps it wasn't Bruce Goodman. Because Bruce Goodman would just look at his own ID and know. Being 5'8". Alright. Now can I move on? That doesn't seem like I can move on yet. Dang it, game, what do you want from me?
I think it's called a sedan, or a coupe, or something like that.
Those car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things.
Hey, it's about time I got my driver's license.
Well, no time like the present. I'll try to kick it open myself. Yeah.
That's okay, don't cry. That line of sky must be one strong woman.
Okay, anyone here? Nope. Can I talk to you about anything else? No. Well, if I present you to this? Nah, nothing. Same as before.
Anybody know anything about this?
Man, I'm feeling real stuck here. Oh, wait, there we go. Got permission to enter now. God dang it.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright here would ask me for help.
I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room.
Now, Wright-o.
Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all.
Right-o, please. Do I look like a selfish man?
Huh?
Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Ha ha ha.
It goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey, isn't this a detective's card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests. Don't lose it.
Yes, sir, it's an honor. Now you just run along and do your best now. Later, folks.
Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go in the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Alright, so... Oh. I don't get to investigate the guest ID card? Well. Oh. Alright. Success, success. The evidence room is beyond the star.
And we have an ID card from Chief Gaunt. Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Aha, the card reader is turned off, see?
What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my barbarian sky so gray?
Officer Marshall. Why'd that be him?
That's what does have to be him look for. I mean, what's that why's have to be him look for? As many have surmised, this here is my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw.
Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions.
Sorry, cowboy, but I have no mind to tangle with you hombres.
You busy then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres.
I was wondering if we could talk to you.
Sorry, Bamina. I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter, I say a little prayer.
What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk.
Oh, you're just saying that because his stomach was growling. Oh, that's what that sounds meant to be. You have no idea what he's talking about either.
Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this here investigation pronto.
There you go, buddy. I have just a ticket for you.
That smell. Ah, that reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
Nah, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Oh, yeah, Miss Star.
What's this?
What was wrong?
I feel it steak lunch. I see, I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall.
All right, Bambino, you win.
Finally, it seems like
he's willing to talk.
My God, she's finishing my sentences now.
The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in the evidence. The only thing they trusted was their shooting hound.
This is even Wild No West here.
Haha. But that and this are two different things entirely.
I guess so. I'm lost.
Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy.
Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes there, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins was in the detention center told us.
Ah, that little doggy. Poor guy kept getting his name wrong, kept calling him Minky.
He told us something. He said when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look like it. I lost my fire for the job, you know.
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyway. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much, but I kinda like the stewed broccoli. They sneak in next to your steak, you know.
Kinda like that stewed broccoli.
They sneak in next to your steak, you know.
Mr. Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like drinking a hole in a prairie fire.
So, you're still investigating the SL9 instead of Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it,
What kind of case was it anyway? I've never heard a name so many times, but no one tells us exactly what happened.
There are some things you better have knowing, Bambino. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago? The day of our case?
That's right. The evidence transfers.
Ashworth was talking about transfers too.
I know that what maybe two machines...
Nope.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steak. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones Mr. Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tape automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman are on one of those tapes.
I reckon they're my pair.
If you're the security guard and you reckon...
One more thing, when you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
That's the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves the record of every ID card I pass through.
So, this is the ID record. Hey! I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambino, I can't show you more than that.
Oh,
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain this whole transferal thing about?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in this here room. They're kept here under the presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So, what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault in the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
Oh, I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Not to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated.
And this happened to SL9 2 days ago?
Alright, present the card. See this? It's the victim's ID card.
Ah, that's the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 5842189.
Officer Marshall shows that ID card record again. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match.
It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
But wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
What's his way to get it like?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to display his ID card. You asked for Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What'd he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed his knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this here ID card record.
ID card record added to the court record.
I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this to the other people if the ID's here.
Alright, so...
It's either a crossed out 9 or a really badly drawn 7. Oh, this is neither wild nor west here. Anyway. Oh, so we're filling out the numbers for putting names next to them, okay. If only we can see our own ID card, then we can find out. Nope. You sure have a lot of monitors in here.
There's 8 cameras in the evidence room after all, 1 for each section.
Which monitor shows the section where the crime took place?
Why the cattle sit before the rain comes? It's not for a man to know.
Oh, unless your security guard responsible. This cactus sure is prickly.
Best keep your distance from Billy there. You're liable to get hurt.
Billy, the cactus has a name? Billy, you're wearing your cowboy hat on your head.
Ah, my rawhide cowskin 10-gallon hat. I just picked it up, but Billy took a fancy to it.
Looks like it got stuck in the spine so you couldn't get it off. A leather jackalope pants and a leather.
Those aren't pants, those are chaps. And that there's a poncho up there.
Oh, a poncho. It looks cool, but the name is silly. Alright.
I turned on the card reader. Go ahead, have yourself a ball, partners.
Oh, and I have an ID card, a real ID. Let's get this investigation started already. I guess I can just move that now. Evidence room. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over in here. And I see a fishing rod over there. And a metal detector. So, this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh! Whoa! Why'd I get punched in the face? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Yo, please go. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them 50, no problem. So go ahead and investigate the room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police can't. Will loan anyone $50? Even me. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so you're the boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you want to have this. Evidence room floor plans, add to the court records. Alright. Have a look-see, said those. Yep, But where are the cameras placed? This is 8 cameras. I assume facing at each of the lockers, maybe? Oops. First things first, first things first. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show that to me every time, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge, even an ID card would be nice. But she has an ID card now. Anyway. Can you take a look at this? This ID card record of the people who came in here the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came here at that time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? What is it? The second number. It's not your ID, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? ID card record updated in the court records. Why would Edgeworth come to the evidence room? Alright, check that. We got Miles. Edgeworth is 8730579. I feel like the 777777 number is more important. So I assume that would be the temporary card number, which we currently have. And it's also an hour before the murder, which is the most important time. Hey, Wright.
So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day. That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're a boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again?
I'm adamant, no. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I am a detective after all. They gave me a locker. Only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
Let me investigate a bit.
Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner.
That looks like a car door.
There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and got away.
Hey, that's one of them human profiles for the shooting range.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What a sorry looking fishing rod that is.
Oh, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal. That's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of the case out in Gordon Lake, remember?
Oh, right. Well, it feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap-looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by the cover. You gotta look at their heart.
I assume that's for the case in the next game.
This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams.
I'm not sure about the dreaming spot.
It won't open.
Did you really think it would?
Hey, pal, the security's high tech around here.
Okay, so it's not for everyone. This one's unique. Okay. There's something sticking out of here.
Oh, there is. Looks like a shirt. Must be some evidence for a case.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal, making me have to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet the evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guy checks on that kind of stuff around here notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective
Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt underneath that trench coat either.
If you're going to be talking behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Alright, slide on over.
Well, look, it's an evidence scene.
What's this saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed there's a yellow and blue paint there. Perhaps
we're witnessing the birthplace of Blue Badger.
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here in the evidence room?
So it does become evidence.
Well, what's this? Blood!
It's a little worn, but definitely a handprint here.
Looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright, what if there's other bloodstains left in the room?
We should use the testing fluid to check it out.
Look, this one's open. A red indicator light above it's lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker?
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken out the contents elsewhere.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps.
There you go, pal. Make me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before it was broke.
You want to try and put it back together?
Ah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give it up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place.
Alright. Apparently we get to try and stick stuff on. Do I have to like rotate the background, or do I just have to like get the bumps right? Now set the top like that. Yeah, I am not good at this minigame, that's for sure. Ah, finally, we did it. Incredible. Hopefully it gets a bit easier from here. Okay, pronounce that piece. Aha, we did it. Incredible. 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 Alright, but missing a piece. Oh, well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too. In 2 minutes myself, the problem is finishing it.
So, some pieces were stolen.
I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, that doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kinda understand how it got broken. Jar pieced back together from the fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Alright.
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean the SL9? It does have a tag on it.
Rubber glove add to the court record. But why is it hanging on the tape? That's what I don't get. Alright, anything else here? Alright, time to do some sprayage. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What?
What's the matter, detective?
This locker. It's mine.
It's yours?
Please. You have to help me. when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot down the floor plans.
I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective. Alright. Am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for a murderer to touch this spot as he fled out the door. This might just be significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What? This? It's called luminal testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll borrow $50 from the chief.
Where'd you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, better jot this down on the floor plans. You think there'd be a whole lot more marks in this evidence locker area? That must be a massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
This proves something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you should have asked.
Does it tell me when I've sprayed everywhere, or does it just like keep going regardless? I'm guessing I've done everything. Because the only other thing I'd expect would probably be on like this evidence out here or something. Yeah, I guess that's it.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth's with the inquiry committee right now?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in the court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning to end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we'll get him to tell us more about the case.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every lock is fixed, so only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Well, that's one thing, pal. IDs can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the locker only opens. So the only locker we can open is our own.
So he's got like a daughter's picture in there, I'm guessing? We need to investigate that.
Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If it's wrong, and if the wrong person touches it,
Bizarre, you get a shock?
if that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Evan's locker added to the court record. Okay. Can I look at that locker now? Oh, he shut it. But he shut it, man. Now I'm meant to investigate his stuff. Why is this investigatable again? Why are some of the pieces missing? Does it seem like a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Alright. Okay, talk to him, present.
This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say.
But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art. He was dancing proudly the other day of the awards ceremony. But there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the blue badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful? I toiled night and day. I sympathize with that tough gumshoe. But I can see why they moved it. Alright, what else we got? Okay, we're going to find out later. Anything else you want to talk to Gumshoe about? Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe even longer. This job was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Alright. Can we look at the glove? You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, ag. How do you say exag? Exag, is that a word? Do you challenge me? What are we playing, a word game now? Alright, nothing else in the glove that we can look at. Not even like the size of the glove. Yep, it's a locker. Well, I assume I'm full up on evidence. I don't think I can get a third tab of evidence, but who knows? We certainly got a lot of it. Alright, what do we want to present to him? What would prompt him to say something useful? Maybe I'll talk about the SL9 case. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left in that case. Now let me say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing, nothing! That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Alright, nothing useful. Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over in the prosecutor's office. Alright. Care about a shoe? Nope. That just shows what blood is. Alright, I think we're good then. Alright, moving on.
The sheriff back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence.
Alright. Know anything about the rubber gloves? Nope, okay. Nah, doesn't want to talk about that either, okay. Um. All right. Well, I guess we're done there. I'm speaking to take a look at this. Alright. Let's really hope we can get his card number on this as well. Because logically, he should be 4989596, right? Because he entered just after Bruce Goodman to allegedly stab him. Alright, no one there. What about you? Are you on this list somehow? No, okay. Well, where should we begin? This is obvious. We should get him with that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess? How could one man detective be killed in two places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see. We should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very useful. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. That was that business of him not reading the officer's report. About the killing of the police department, right? Chief of Police was right about that. But I can't help but think someone in the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Alright. Is Edgy in his room? Edgy's in his room, yes. There must be something else I gotta do at the evidence room.
But what? And how? And why?
Well, haven't I presented him? That would be worthwhile. I was thinking if that would be worthwhile showing him, we'll talk to him about. Because honestly, I just want to talk to Edgeworth at the moment, but the game ain't letting me move on. He's not being open about these cases anymore. Nothing new I can investigate over here.
I just rolled me up a steer of this here lasso.
What?
It was a bellowing moo, pal, moo.
Detective Gumshoe, I presume. Okay, anything else I haven't investigated, maybe? Unless there's some more spraying that I missed somewhere. Oh, I can talk to him about this apparently.
Now that was a bloody violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder?
A serial killing.
A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago. And that put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of evidence locker himself?
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you needed to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be laying out soon. I'm going to give him my report for the day.
Restaurant.
It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about here. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when we got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
Alright, there we go. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. Damn random dialogue boxes that I keep missing. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, Room 1202.
Ah, Gus, my apologies.
Oh, it's you.
Have we met somewhere?
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long.
Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the District Prosecutor's Office inquiry?
I am.
By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you.
Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow.
The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
So, how'd the inquiry committee go?
Actually, they decided to treat this case. This not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes. Apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I heard them say that so many... I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since the case 2 years ago.
Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However,
something happened?
They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by Chief of Police Gaunt. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why? I ask you why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still...
Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. I'd better give him some evidence so it makes him feel better. Like my badge.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass you the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth told you no in a very polite manner.
Whose side are you on anyways? Maybe if I just showed my best evidence, I'd get some reaction out of him. Alright, I better check this now.
As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage?
Jeff, you went to the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less.
Yes, that's true. Why? Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Gaunt, no less. The Chief of Police? A116 or AI16.
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? Why would he want the evidence that was already filed? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed.
Doing terrible at reading today. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I see what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it.
Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver adds a court record. Evidence from the past case of Edgewebs brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
Alright, time to give it a checky.
The tag says AI16.
What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeweb said.
That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case.
Wouldn't that be nice?
It's almost as if it's foreshadowing or something.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor in this case.
Alright. Okay, none of that. Doesn't care about that either. Okay. Doesn't care about that either, right? There's gonna be something else I can present to him, but what?
What would prompt further information?
Alright, you don't mind, right, Edgy, if I spray your office down? Could be blood anywhere. Alright, well, don't really have anything else to say to Edgy. Can I spray here now? Evidence.
This blood must be from Lana when...
No, my sister isn't the murderer.
But she did try to call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime?
Ugh.
And her right hand is bandaged.
Hey, just whose side are you on?
This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand blood is on it. This just keeps getting worse.
Alright, that's that. Alright. He's no longer here. Can I investigate these now? Nope. Detective Goodman's evidence locker, it's empty.
Detective Goodman can open this locker.
So the person who took out a knife had to have been Detective Goodman.
But why was it wrapped in a scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler?
That yellow crime scene tape, you know, yesterday it was my first time seeing it. It was always my dream to push through a crowd and step over that tape. It's a little daunting to encounter again so soon.
I think maybe you're overreacting a little.
There's blue and yellow paint here. This is all I need to paint a portrait of you, Mr. Wright.
I am wearing a red necktie, you know.
Alright.
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't leave it hanging out like that.
Nothing special. Alright. Oh, door. That's the door we came in through.
Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out.
I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we're inside.
Let's hope he remembers we're in here.
That is important information. A pile of junk lies battered, worn, and forsaken.
That should be a little dramatic. Looks like a fishing pole. And a metal detector. Not sure what this one is, though.
They cast out a withering gaze in the direction that screams, "Dust me!"
Can't junk just be plain old junk?
Alright. I think I gotta do something else with Mr. Edgy here. What haven't I presented him that would be of value? So I gotta find a connection between that and the current case, I'm guessing? How do I get a connection between that and the current case? So looking for an AI-16 connection. AI-16. I didn't see anything that like links to the AI-16. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom.
That's weird.
I wonder which side is up.
Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar?
At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? A switchblade, maybe?
And some dark suspicion we're wrapped up in.
You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about it sooner or later.
He must be talking about the father's murder at the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why did you tell me about it? The truth.
The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damien Gant.
That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago then?
He was the top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police in the investigation?
In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won out guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't...
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I'll do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor, wanted to know something.
My sister?
My sister what? If you're still studying forensic science. Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have a use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you serious? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Edgeworth, I'm really...
No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well?
Alright, we got a fingerprint set now. Still doesn't show how the switchblade made them prop this, but oh well. Well, let's get investigating. One last investigation.
Right.
I do seem to remember.
See a suspicious handprint somewhere.
Alright. Let's get fingerprint powder and... Alright, apparently I'm not allowed to. So I assume maybe I have to spray first. Then do I fingerprint? No? I don't see a use fingerprint powder button. Alright, I guess I have to just do it in one place that actually can be used in, maybe? February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3.
Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, in the blood of the evidence detective locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
A finger?
Each of the fingers leave behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Alright, clearly gotta choose the west finger, right? Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
I'm starting to get that sparkle in our eyes.
First, we sprinkled the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
With A, see?
Ah, it looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once each powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
With Y. Exciting, I know. I assume on the DS you actually blow into the stupid microphone. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See?
Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to though.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
I guess I better give it a try.
I don't know what was going on there, man. I put some dust there and then nothing happened. Oh, I meant to be like getting like the whole fingerprint, I guess? Okay. There we go. Give it all nice and thick, nice and thick. Super very thick. Push. Oh, you did it. You found one.
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
What does this mean?
It means it's a glove, probably. I think it means we're out of luck.
Out of luck?
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me you've been wasting our time here.
Hey, stay calm. That's the way it goes sometimes in scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. Alright, why don't we look for the other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locked door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood.
Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling.
Is it my print?
Nah, my print goes the other way. I want my finger. Nah, my finger goes in the other way. Not my fingerprint.
So, we're not done yet. This is quite a process.
There's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I think you do a swip motion. I think it's just hold down the button works. It's weird.
I guess she's right.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point at the person you think these prints are.
Huh? How am I supposed to do that?
I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints in the different places, right? That means the prints don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint would most likely be found in this evidence locker? Why, it's Mr. Gumshoe, obviously. My god, it's an exact match! Haha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what.
Oh, okay. Came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right?
Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this?
There goes our eyes, sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it with chemical means.
Any prints in the area will be wiped away too.
Oh, right.
So that means no prints? Would you say to the probability of your hypothesis being high?
Don't ask me.
Anyways, let's try and find prints that were wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by a bloody hand.
It's only there, it's the only thing we got, right? Just cake it on. Cake it on. A whole thing. And then blow it. And then eventually it says, oh, it's perfect. This is such a stupid minigame. Definitely my least favorite minigame so far. Finally. Alright, we're looking for a whoop one. A whoop one.
My god, it's Jake Marshall.
They were so excited to have touchscreen puzzles. Yeah.
Hey, these fingerprints,
Whose exactly are they? Whose is it? Is it someone I know?
it's Officer Marshall.
Oh, Officer Jake Marshall.
Marshall's fingerprints add to the court record.
That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Hammer. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same places.
Oh.
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints. On wiped blood stain.
But he wears gloves. How would he have a fingerprint like that? A bloody fingerprint like that?
Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results.
Because we do have palm prints as well.
I guess this is what you would call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
To be continued. Oh, finally, we get to the fun stuff.
AKA the trial.
I mean, I don't mind the investigation parts, but it just sometimes they go on a bit long and they have some weird, like, arbitrary blocks in them. And that one definitely went on long.
District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2, February 24. So what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all,
the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time.
And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So, how'd it go?
It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But Lana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I am as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Sky.
We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence?
Bloodstained fingerprints to be exact.
That's a trump card we have up our sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, we're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards that were dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
The court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready.
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach a police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body evidently reappeared in the trunk of Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't even know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir.
Oh, so you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I never kill anyone again, sir. You have got to believe it, sir.
Oh, actually, what we'd like to hear from...
Sir, what would you call the part of a younger generation, sir? A person who actions adults cannot possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, please help me.
Officer Meekins,
Yes, sir.
give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault it for a lack of enthusiasm.
Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me away.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see, and then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness?
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside down the head, sir.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with.
Well, we need to know who was the guy that woke him up, that's for sure. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Now there's a scary part. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
He's in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
A blue badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir.
Eventually get to fingerprint bluff his slap in the face, right?
I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went into the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen, so I walked into the room.
In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. The one I have here on my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed here, right?
There it is, I found it. It is the one right here.
Would you please read us the number?
Yes, sir, it's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see, huh?
But the number 4989596 is shown being used twice.
Please explain, witness.
Ain't that a real mystery, sir? The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to get him after everything had settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
The data was added to the ID card record.
I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. That's when I was suddenly attacked.
Alright. Just gonna have a look at all this. So it was Miles Edgeworth, and then shortly after Mike Meekins. And then it was Bruce Goodman and Mike Meekins at the same moment. Where Bruce Goodman took Mike Meekins out. Allegedly. We still don't know who 777777 is. That's the important number right there.
So, you were attacked? Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It's a knife, sir, a knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in at him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That was what I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus trying to detain him. Until I got this gas on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I felt the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, and then I did it.
What exactly do you mean when you say did it?
No, I don't look at that, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched a knife from him.
You took his knife?
And I spun him around, performing a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. He must have been desperate.
And the next thing I knew, his white cloak was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out to another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to a report from the officer that woke him up, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying in tears of pain.
Ah, that's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. What was the man this officer murdered? Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my death cell. Chief Guard delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief.
Delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
It is quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm good at, really.
It looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well, then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of the real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
He has a fingerprint on him already. And it says 2:30. Or actually it says 5:14. Okay. Whoa, he's opening up the evidence locker and a glove fell out. Mr. Meekins, what are you doing over there? Ah, his hand got cut. They did a spin around move. No, cut away. Oh no, it's Mr. Meekins who's dead in blood. But where'd the other guy go? He didn't walk in front of the camera. He really did disappear then.
Ugh.
Ah!
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that's the pilot door of the entire criminal department, sir. The blue button, sir.
Why am I not surprised? This isn't going smoothly. Security video added to the court record.
Well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did, indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony should suffice. Is that alright with you, Mr. Meekins?
Yes, sir. What's your wish, sir?
Mystery Man.
His face can't clearly be seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must have been him, no one else. It could have unlocked it.
Was this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where we have to start.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video.
Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? In the face of the man who attacked you with the knife?
Sir, you must have seen people having seen or not seen the man's face. I believe I've been classified as the latter.
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when they're talking with them, you know.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. But there's no question the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. Well, it's supposed to be say that. It's too much label somewhere here, not this. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had a label or stares were disturbing or...
Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claimed the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint, too.
About those lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I tried them all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to the requested fingerprint, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to registered fingerprints, then that must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too. The locker is unquestionably Dr. Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that information?
I have rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
Workers in the public cafeteria, sir. They keep me well informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information for a more reliable source.
So, the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
Someone must have been here. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the record again. Is there a problem in security video?
Sure.
Regarding the video containing this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange.
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Ellsworth.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He wouldn't want me to point it out.
Very well. Proposal accepted.
Let us inspect this piece of investigation.
Evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that contradicts the maid and not being Detective Goodman?
Alright. Pause. Try looking at his face a bit more there. Does look like his hair's a little bit wrong. We didn't have blood here. And then magically blood appeared. You won't see the face, I know that. He's in the ground, bloody there. Hmm. I'd always have advantage there. Personally, not seeing much of a contradiction other than the fact that he's on the floor at the end. Which is, how can he be a murderer if the guy's dead, you know? That's what I'm looking at here. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this.
Hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Don't look at me with those blurry eyes.
Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Now what do I do? Do I need to find out something else in the cross-examination first before playing the video? In the video, okay. Alright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Says the one pointing his finger at us. I can use court records here. Do that 4:30. Oh, the light's already on. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's already unlocked. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Mr. Meekins.
Sir, what do you mean, sir?
As I understand, the locking apparatus works like this. Definitely would have been a lot clearer if it was colored, so it wasn't just all black and white. When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, sir, that's the way I understand, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Why are we playing for the whole thing again? Is that a video game? When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind it to a little bit earlier.
Here, nose to light. What's this?
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order, what is the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the lock's lock are controlled by electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
I know, it must have been broken. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Well, it just goes to show. Novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor.
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor.
Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field of... What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Oh, maybe something like... jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the system sensor? Say, there's something else in that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue. This one's more obvious.
Well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause for this.
This one's super easy.
Push.
Oh, rewind a bit. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the plot I showed you earlier. Gotta get away from the beginning again. God damn it, game. At least it's not doing the audio. It's not going boo 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 doo boo 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 doo boo boo. Over and over my ears. My God.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open doors.
We can't be sure that that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
Apollo Justice is a similar gimmick during a trial. It's so painful, yeah. Like, it's fine when it's something, like, obvious, but like a lit light. A little bit less obvious. It is fairly obvious, but because I wasn't really looking at, like, the start of the video too much, it was hard to, like, notice that it wasn't off or on the start. So it's just, like, the same thing throughout the whole thing. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
I understand that, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie touched me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block the electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene?
There just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, don't you mean? I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator stuck between that door?
And I found this in the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. This lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, yes, sir.
Order, order, order. So we are to believe then that the victim, who This witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman.
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated a possibility, and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Mystery Man 2.
There's one other thing that proves the man was a Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. When the ID card is used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Take out a moment in the videotape and watch us replay it 50x. Yeah, that's super annoying. The ID card was used at 5:14 as of the victim, Bruce Goodman.
Just before the crime, yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases, huh?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as a stone, sir. If my head was strapped in bandages, I'd even give the vehicle victory sign, sir.
Didn't he just use his right hand for that?
Hear him out poorly. As we've seen, one never know what he might say until the last second.
To enter the evidence room, I must use the ID card.
Is this card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. The ID card's right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping that out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. I remember when I said 2 other 3 times my tie gets caught in the door. Well, the remaining time is when my ID card gets stuck. Instead, the door closing, my ID card chokes me.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and prosecutor office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
When the ID card is used, there's a record of it.
Let us be noted here that the record to the witness is referring to.
Let's be.
Yes, that would be Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Miss Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor.
Not that prosecutor again. Maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence.
Mommy, is that man in blue the murderer? You got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. But now let us continue with the cross-examination.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Must be so difficult for him.
At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked a man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yeah, no, he didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he'd do is show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he's still panicked.
Everything stems from this contradiction. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem is with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like that. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. Alright. I guess I present my card. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department, sir. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report is only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman lost something the other day at the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. The other day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo.
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yeah. What's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at the single conclusion. That the victim in this video is a fake, and the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the incident of murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed to be content in pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to end well, is it?
Well, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So,
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly is the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get out of this one?
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The card was used at 5:14. So how did it end up at the murder location?
I really have to watch this whole thing again.
However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder at the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
if this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call in a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean?
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have a reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person, whom would you have testify? What is his or her name?
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room.
I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
The court is now in recess.
February 24th, 11:30 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything.
Emma!
You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright's trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey, I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I pop you to bring the SL9 incident files? I guess I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident?
But, Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you're the chief prosecutor or a witness in this case.
This guy was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with that serial murders. Oh, what now? That I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Hammer, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there. I don't know unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number of the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... The Joe Darky? The Joe Darky killings.
The Joe Darky! No, Lana! That's over with! No!
Emma, wait! Oh, she ran away.
You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, I'm out of here.
He ran away too. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Grant, Miles Edgeworth. And not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
Alright, let's have a look at these case files. Incident number SL9, close. Perpetrator, Joe Duck E. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Eduardo Jones, Jason Knight, Eddie Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Alright, gotta try and work at references for all these. I know Bates is probably Bates Motel. Marshall's usually just like a name for a police detective. Not sure about Moss. I'm not sure about Kirby, but Kirby I think has written a lot of various thriller novels and stuff like that. Knight's obviously a knight. Not sure about Eduardo Jones though. Maybe they know all references. Who knows? Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators Damon Grant, Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Alright.
I'd better take a good look at this file.
To be continued right now. Alright, trial letter. "12:14 p.m. courtroom number 9.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation."
Pardon me partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it.
To be exact, that's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, my partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we just get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
Day of the crime.
My job here was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. And they said I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day. But that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon every cowpoke like you are know about those.
Yes, well, about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence locker.
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are these?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weakness, you know. Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
I don't even know where to start with this one. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing was moved. Nothing moved in the security camera. The room is so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
You interred them?
Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I would erase the tape.
If nothing is unusual, the recorded tapes have to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I erased the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy is a flap and dramatic, but this is going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room?
They say I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day.
Bet you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that it ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know would join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say that I do, no. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired?
Besides, the room protected by 2 security systems anyway.
You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know the fingerprints locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner, I ain't no good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It is well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime and place took place? If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon.
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even an angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's Von Gall sepia pasta. You mean to tell us you abandoned your duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I mean. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says. Did you not want to raise this year?
I'm just an innocent traveling man.
Out of ammo, Officer Marshall?
That's right, partner. or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting out my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back to the west in the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witnesses appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently, your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. Alright, so...
Do I have the thing? No, I don't have the thing that says it wasn't the noodle restaurant. Lame. Oops. Didn't press that one? My bad. Alright. Protected by 2 security systems. Alright, what's my special evidence against him anyway? Alright, this fingerprint, right. So we can prove that he was in there.
That's a bit too early for that.
What else can we use to prove that he was in there? Or that he was at least somewhat nearby? Got the one to use lol? Yeah, no. I guess it's just where he says he never goes in there.
This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in your statement, Your Honor.
Alright. Apparently not that one. That's why he says he was never in the room. But we're proving he is in the room sometimes. Alright, I better do a save. Oops, wrong button. That's where he was the day of the crime, alright. So stupid.
The track was on. That you being called in to testify like this? After all, you were in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scene. Well, to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good here, partner. Like I said, I'm not the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
The blood was wiped away, however, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall.
It seems to me There ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
Huh?
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood stains and the fingerprints.
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be there at the same place as a blood-stained handprint. The murder touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or, didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? Had nothing to do with it, see? The witness' explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. How do you know it was a glove? That's because, how'd you put it? You pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. And that's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must be using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall fingerprints have been updated.
One of them just happened to be the same place as that bloodstained handprint.
So then, what about the bloody handprint?
It wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. I just so happened. The murderer touched where my locker was.
The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated.
Unrelated?
They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and a cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they are totally different.
I don't see what hominids have to do with this.
Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that one too.
So what would that mean? The murderer was wearing gloves? And happened to place their hand atop of Officer Marshall's fingerprints? That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape?
So long as my trial isn't in it, there's no... You can't say it otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with the cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, please continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner?
What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to the crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence that the video in this indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Then let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, of Jake Marshall.
Alright, I'm assuming it's at the end. Aha! That wasn't there before, I assume. Let me just rewind and find out for sure. Yep, alright. Pretty obvious. Jacques! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well, 1, 2. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner.
The key lies in the certain locker shown in the video.
That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. My god, this rewind's so slow.
The white cloth, it is gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then suddenly it appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. And what's more, you opened the locker when the camera was turned away.
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? It doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer will need to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person that can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call you a bluff. You say I opened the locker, now prove it.
This is the stupidest proof ever, man.
A fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The locker can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't even know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Let's even show it on the bit of wood, some jerky.
If only I had my partner. No.
I think one word for you, partner.
No.
That's what it was.
Order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olé! Please answer the question.
What? Now he's a bullfighter?
That's alright. Officer Marshall, I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in that evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion is...
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Oops, I meant the opposite one, the victim one. Oh, what doesn't matter.
So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. They're buried low.
I think I chose the wrong one.
Now they're getting up on me.
Perhaps you should think a little more. Where was Officer Marshall?
Or is the Blue Badger? My bad, my bad. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman, I believe the victim in the video was Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. Objection! But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I came into the room, I was also...
Got his voice already.
I forgot I asked him to show his cards, huh?
I think something like that. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
They pulled a knife on me.
That's right, I like a list going.
They found a knife on me.
Something like that. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have never needed to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized this man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say about this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite the imagination there, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence?
He's still denying it?
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
This can't be happening. It's obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed.
Huh?
I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run to a wall with no place to go, Return to the basics.
The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Pheonix, try thinking outside of the box.
I shouldn't look for proof of Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was disguised.
Why do you think this locker was open in the first place?
What do you mean?
There was no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might be discovered. Later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker, it seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to our unanswered questions.
And this one's obvious, it still has blood on his coat.
Very well, take yet another look.
Fast forward, fast forward.
Ah, this freaking video goes forever, man. Forever and ever and ever and ever.
Right here.
Pow!
For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what end yet.
Yet.
However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And that white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out there like that, so you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here to now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it.
All right. It seems the time has come.
The Marshal's confession.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, and I knocked him out. And I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So, the supposed victim was really you?
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood was found on the floor in the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die.
When you say it, you mean...
Do I even have to ask? Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to be completely ended with that transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident ain't over.
But what'd you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I...
stole the detective's ID, dressed like him and planted the evidence.
Why'd you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
I didn't make it look like... If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did pull the security cameras.
And the detective's ID card. I stole it the morning of the murder incident.
So that's really why Goodman started filing out that lost time report.
I returned his ID. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card was found left by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could, just because a rubber glove happened to be stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, so I knocked him out.
You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding his ID to be shown.
I'll have to think a little more about this, about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked out Officer Meekins and I managed to escape. I know which ways.
So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared do not live long, partner. I didn't think I would make a difference. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours, after all. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle of Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying on that day? There wasn't any murder in the evidence room.
But the blood found in the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What, are you blind? The victim showed on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are a valid solution either.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get answers I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Darkey was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Darkey case. It involves serial murders, isn't it? I don't intend to complain how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something that went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's just what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Because his name's on one of the victims. Well, his last name in this anyway. Maybe I should present him what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone's involved and related in some way or another to the case. Better take another look at the files. Alright. Before I present, I want to read the files. Because we got a Neil Marshall there. And he's also Jake Marshall, so it's probably his brother. So which one was that on? It was on the victims list. The victims list. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. It's in the list of murder victims. Oh, they'd have to select it. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor award?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gaunt, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute the killer.
My God, look at that guy.
Joe Darkey. My brother fought Joe and was killed. That was the first time Darkey left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Darkey. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it? Your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what the record says. No matter what, or how much you try to hide it, you cannot fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never ceases to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going down at the police department.
Chance? It's gotta be more than that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
there is only one reason the defendant wasn't convicted yesterday.
There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
It seems to me this boy's got a draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubts about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Objection! I rest my case.
It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I don't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder security camera tape was really fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana's guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Your Honor,
Wait,
Emma?
the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right? Why are you there?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you free.
Well, he's so generous.
I was kinda in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dake killings.
Now you mention it. The names of both Sky Sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had to do something with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy.
Time is up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But it's still... If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be.
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever need to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint in the Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There's a problem.
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, where's there a problem with them?
That is strange.
Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yeah, something that, when drawn, completely blows this case open.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans?
Why, it was none other than our good pal Blue Badger Panel.
Turns out he was the Blue Badger after all.
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, the mascot of the police force.
Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans at the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
what?
Oh, that's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint on this spot in the locker.
Oh, wait, why am I surprised by this? So that means, just what exactly does this mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think through it scientifically. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one that brought in the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that means this blood mark
Was left before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, the police department's evidence room. Blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on the tape, taken by a security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, which trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
We finally gonna get around to the whole 1 hour being stabbed earlier? That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claims.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that doesn't explain the blood mark found in the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being caught by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense present the evidence?
This is the proof. It's quite simple, you see. If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong.
Huh? If Hawk was acceptable, excuse, we wouldn't need police.
Fine, I'll do the other way. Yeah. Always making me do stuff out of order. Alright. There we go, 420. The crime took place inside the evidence room, and the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, the ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Still not allowed to bring it up yet, apparently.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger in the panel of the evidence room at
Let's see here, 450. If the crime took place before that crime, then it would be 440. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, what have you done? I never would have figured you for the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. It couldn't have been me.
I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It is clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away
By the real murderer. It would have had to have been 10 minutes. I would have had to have just 10 minutes to murder the victim and carry his body away and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
Then that would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card. The remaining 7 sevens.
Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with the 7 sevens.
Clearly someone wanted to hang out with the blue badger to celebrate 420. True.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number the 777777 is.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I am unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 7 sevens belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher, someone whose so-called executive office. We don't have the authority to acquire such personnel identity.
But that's ridiculous. Just how?
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is only one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
An official charge filed against the executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question.
Yes.
Not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7 sevens.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we...
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of law. At least I did. Huh? Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. Somehow I also took the witness stand. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Ugh. Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way that it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana...
Even if it involved forging evidence.
My God.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
No. No!
Order, order, order!
Lana's remark caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial will have to wait until the following day. To be continued. I don't even know if we're going to get this whole trial done today, at this rate. Oops, sorry for bumping the mic. Hopefully we get, I don't know, less investigation stuff happening. It's not that one. We need to have more trial stuff happening, but so we got another investigation. February 24, 3:12 p.m. Wright Kolar offices. At least it's the last investigation. I'll go so there's no final extra bonus investigation on final day. Good, good, good. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Yeah, we've already had this. Didn't you repeat it? I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Daki killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Daki convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean what happened to you?
It's all there in the file.
Well, I mean, the file doesn't really tell me what happened.
Joe Daki's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did it have to do with you, Emma?
On the night that Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Daki tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you?
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Daki trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Now I better investigate her.
It happened 2 years ago. I was right around the time of this year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work.
This sounds familiar.
Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
This sounds slightly different.
Joe Daki. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jack Marshall's brother.
Joe Daki tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
what happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then was burned, a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Daki stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yeah, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not be able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Oops. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred?
Docky knocked Mr. Marshall. Knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl?
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Bar Emma, you've been through so much. How come you also had those giant glasses back then, though? Do you not replace them?
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago? You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make the airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something bothering me about that crime. Why didn't that lightning bolt give you super speed powers like the Flash? There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, he was being chased by the prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Docky had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled to my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Dun dun dun. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Docky case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her.
Alright, see you later, lady. We're going to see Lana. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Lana!
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence?
I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, so why should we?
But Lana, you're wrong. An innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana.
Emma told me about you.
Oh.
About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were revealed, uncovered at the Tate's trial, not the least of which was the fact that this case was allegedly connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you would always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all dramatic aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Grant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports were even filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister.
But now you're the chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became the chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Oops.
Two years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Darky.
Second in command? That means the lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Darky was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for more evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Darky.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Darky that day. The investigation was in its final stages. Darky must have suddenly panicked, and so he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me. So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Darky. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out,
and the suspect Joe Darky. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Darky had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What'd you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked Emma up, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her for that after all. Her sister must have all her sister gone through.
After that, I placed Darky under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were involved in the SL9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh?
Don't bury it. What are you trying to say? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But this case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they believe it wasn't truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced of all the ruling against Joe Donkey. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Ah! Emma was assaulted by Donkey at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at this so-called Chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Yeesh. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter.
What? The Donkey case might have been fabricated? Oh, that's what I thought all along. They just never bothered to tell anyone.
Yeah, that guy. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. There must be one of this. Must be. He's mumbling something to himself. That's it. The villain used a time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Alright, apparently I'm not meant to be here yet. Police department entrance.
Howdy, Bambino.
Oh, Mr. Marshall, why aren't you in jail?
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Qui Sarah Sarah. You never know where life will lead you, eh? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prosecutors head west?
I mean, prospectus.
If there ever was a case I need to know the truth about, it was this one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us what exactly happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all the detectives thought so.
What do you mean fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Donkey's, alright. But the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match of the wound the victim sustained.
What does this mean?
It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon.
Ugh.
However, in the report that finally was submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars of the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together, and our last.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean
The king of prosecutors, yes.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day of the SO9 incident took place. Wasn't that the same day as the...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Oh, interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that the latter, every detective involved in the investigation, save one, was taken care of. And Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioner would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gaunt and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gaunt, and second in command, Lana Sky.
But why do you hate prosecutors so much if it wasn't their fault? It was the detective's fault.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duel. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, and Damon Gaunt, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left.
Ugh.
Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambino, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used the falsified evidence to get the guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gaunt. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman today. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino.
Alright. What are these guys yapping about today? So, I cuffed a lot, right? And they know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was listening to his friend, how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. They make a good pair. Alright. Guess I'll get back here. This place is pretty empty, but today's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Ah, thanks. Well, he actually talked to us.
With the chief,
it's him.
With the chief prosecutor saying that she did it, a decision about what to do, about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statements to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than the Thanksgiving Christmas put together.
I think the festive is the word I usually use for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
You're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Now I see why Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the Chief's office. My bad. Same as before, same as before. Just making sure we don't miss out on any gags. February 24th. Wow, it's Ganondorf's office. Look at that. Chief's office. He's even got his organ playing. And all times. Whoa.
Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what said on the door. Check out that pipe organ.
That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was.
Oh, where's you two?
Chief Gant? He put that paper he was reading on the desk.
So, righty-o, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct, and of Lana's proactive statement. And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. But how time flies! See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So, this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it together to commemorate our work.
Something's not right with that picture.
There's two things not right with it. One, there's the vase in the background that would have been broken, and the sword's missing from the thing.
I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
Get team picture added to the court record.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long been over. There's no need to investigate that anymore.
All the same, I'd like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Prosecutor's heading west, I'm gonna strike cases. Oh, that makes more sense. Instead of striking for gold. I assume that was what he's meant to be saying. There's just too many mixed metaphors with that guy, man. It's too hard to keep my head on straight. Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems the case isn't over yet with that after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
There's no sword there.
We also see the list of thing names at the bottom. Alright. Doesn't prove enough that that was the same trophy, unfortunately. I assume that's how you prove it was the same trophy. Alright. I'm not allowed to investigate the picture, but I want to point out the two inconsistencies. Damn you, game. Alright, fine. Well, I guess we go talk to this guy. February 24, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
Just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have any of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why, do you ask?
He's on the fire for both the police department and the prosecutor department. It's almost like The battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. It would be a different trophy, since they would give each winner their own trophy. The one your evidence is Edgeworth's from this year. But then why do they have the names of the previous winners on the bottom? But I guess what you're saying, they take it home and keep it forever. I was assuming it would be like the World Cups and stuff like with sports trophies, where you have it for the year, your name gets engraved on the plaque, and then you give it back about like just before the end of the trophy thing, the end of the season. So the one in the pictures before a redesign. Okay.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew about the evidence was being forged.
And besides, it was only 2 years between the incidents. Why are there so many names in the bottom? Unless it happens like every month they give out a new one.
Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
in our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for than making enemies.
Hey Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime, matey.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
Seems he's generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, how'd you find that? Anything?
The only evidence that Docker left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack, you mean?
When he killed the prosecutor marshal who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left most of the incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's written there, okay?
His powers of recollection never failed to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. That might jog his memory.
Joe Dockey was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take the serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with a car.
With his car? So was it an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then a jogger came up to the scene as well, and finally he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in?
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. The prosecutor marshal. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dockey was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma.
Alright. For some reason we're presenting him a knife.
How about this?
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, suddenly this disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what the criminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife? It was Joe Daki's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it has fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway, take a guess at where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did it in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Drakey's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Stabbed in the back, died from a puncture of heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade updated. Broken tip was found inside the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Daki. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
Yeah, it's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? That's where the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out right now and his office is locked.
But would like to have a look around if that's okay.
I guess Neil Marshall won it on a year and they decided to give it to Von Karma. Not to give it to Von Karma, yeah, no, right?
Well, anyway, Detective's ID can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would help change his mind. Do we still have the other card that we used to get into the evidence locker? Doesn't she still have it? Alright, fine. What are we presenting to get in there?
Hey, that's it. That's the Kia Prosecutor's Award. Of course, pal. Got an award for diligence myself.
Alright, what if I show him the picture?
Let me share a little. That doesn't help.
Somewhere.
Or maybe it's just one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformed detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before?
Now I can present this? Nope, apparently not. Can I talk to him again? No, alright. You don't have it yet? You have to talk to others? Alright, fine, fine.
February 24, Prosecutor's Office. Underground parking lot.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what happened in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15.
Yeah, but we were finally making some headway in that case.
Instead, it looks like we end up making Lana look more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I wonder if Edgeworth's back yet.
There he is. He looks like he's writing something.
What? What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window up there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what the girl is doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look.
What? A letter. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, Mr. Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Alright, well.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. Nothing I can do erases that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same, no matter what excuse I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep up with this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out in the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never would have fought. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for the case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing in my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around the same time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it. Would you tell us again about what happened on the day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in the ceremony over the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip the ceremony. I finished up at the office the morning, and then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh, yeah. Chief Guard asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes. It was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story you heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was when the official prosecutor trophy looked like, until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on. This award originates from the ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halabardo, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Sure, everyone knows that. But why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. Second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the description of both these items discredit them both. When the king pointed out this, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife represent...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it is in our nature to pursue matters to that conclusion, and even if the result is something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why are you only giving the shield now?
You'll have to ask Chief Gaunt. 2 years ago, we had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. King of Prosecutors Trophy updated in the court records. Alright, see you later, buddy.
Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef?
Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to scoop her milk. Alright. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very same day as the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be a mere... can all be merely attributed to a mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, a little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Darkey. That's a name I will not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor Jake Marshall. Though must have been going through hell. Poor old Jake Marshall, I feel that.
Poor old Jake Marshall must have been going through hell.
You mean the prosecutors... You mean because the brother's deaf?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. And of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. After the legendary pair, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why I was so shocked by how it all turned out.
You mean with the forging of evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Darker got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items that team never found suddenly appeared, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I am proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Gaunt led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gaunt's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean?
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake ever would have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr.
And that's why I'll never forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gaunt's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then, no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last, I'm finally getting closer to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Well, that's why they call you the Cuff Up Queen, right? Oh.
Back to the police department.
February 24, police station, criminal affairs. Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I'm gonna make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, cupping files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ. I mean, they're both called desk jockeys. I guess disc jockey instead of desk jockey? Yeah, probably.
I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they're pushing him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that if someone found out.
they wouldn't let you off the hook with a never lost report. They wouldn't let you off the hook with just a never lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you.
Gumshoe's ID tucked away safely into pocket. What number is he?
Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, don't just say that to their face.
Look at his eyes, half shut.
Yeah, and his mouth's half open.
Hey, each of his shirt buttons are his off a notch.
And he's got the narrow end of his tie up front. I think this goes beyond being photogenic issue.
Poor guy, poor guy. Always bullied. Wait. There's nothing I can talk to him about, is there? No, okay, good. Let's check him.
Back to the chief's office.
Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's at a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
slapped him again. Poor Gumshoe. Does she slap him often in the other trilogy? I've forgotten it. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point of you giving us your ID card?
Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card.
I'd hardly ever get a chance to come in here.
So I figured I'd take a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk in the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that was where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gad's office now. He practices strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to be always alert. He told us so himself at the New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one's touched that desk.
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in each morning.
Still 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because of one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay then. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, you're supposed to stop bothering. It's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let him go at that.
Oh, sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you then?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Gumshoe's only initial trilogy. If they give a reason for it, maybe got too many pay cuts and got a different job. Who knows? Who knows?
Chief Gant, so it finally comes down to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
This is the real deal, isn't it? The armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dolls must have gone to his room?
What? You mean we're paying for this?
That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Be careful of what you say. Who knows what the chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak? Who knows the chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak? That's what he's meant to say.
I think it'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'll never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. My word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay then, if you say so.
Looks like the code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Alright. Did I enter the code? I know it. It's a 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Oh, I do get to enter it.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday dates?
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Input code.
7777777.
Code confirmed. Access granted. This guy's not good at his job, is he?
Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7 sevens. The final ID card on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 77777? That ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time.
This can only mean one thing. That Chief Gant's number.
See, anyone care to look inside?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shot of a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
there is something else in here too.
What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shot from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
Oh, I remember the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shots in the SL9 incident. Sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that's the one that was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some blue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gat was only hiding evidence. Here goes. There, it fits like a charm. Of course, that means Chief Gat willingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But, hey guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece he just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it.
Neither do I, Mr. Gumshoe.
Why would the chief hide this in the safe?
I really don't know. Unstable jar, updated in the court report. Alright. Don't know how the leather fix matches at the moment.
The chief's organ sure is a type of hold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department.
That's in the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of the entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office. That makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. It's been a bit, but you know what to do with the cloth. Alright. I'm sure I'll work it out eventually. But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point. This was taken in the day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dockey ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award, Mr. Marshall took the picture here. And then went along with the Chief Gat to question Dockey. And bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them when she transferred to the prosecutor's office.
There's a small picture frame on the left side shelf. Hey, that's when Lana and I went to the theme park. We don't get to see that picture of going to the theme park? This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gat must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends were made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her? Or in memory of the crime? Whoa, look at the size of Chief Gat's desk. Speaking of that, when were we here earlier?
Oh, it was you two. Chief Gat.
He put that paper he was reading inside the desk. I wonder what he was reading.
And this looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? The SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What'd you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about the evidence list. Normally that's twice as long.
That's right. I guess it wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-sized list of evidence. Oof. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about the case.
It would appear so.
Evidence list added to the court record. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gat's desk.
We found this inside a drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edruff had the other half of the list.
What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If he would have dropped that suit of armor from here, at first the chief wanted to use a stained glass window for this. Really? Why didn't he? He said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it sure is a huge window. I'll check the other window yet. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to just crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing stuff like that.
Note to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. When he gets 5.
Don't say that.
Alright. I think that's all the investigating. Alright, lever. What do we got that's lever? I got a shoe. We got this glove. And we got this screwdriver. Oops, wrong one. Let's get the spraying. Whoa, this area must be covered in blood.
Is this from that incident?
It must be, when the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
So murder really did take place here.
Right idea, wrong item, alright. Alright, let's look if there's anything else there. Alright, well, just present them stuff, I guess.
Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. Stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean. I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. If I find it, I won't be able to give you information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We don't want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Gotta stay positive.
This knife belonged to murderer Joe Dockey, right?
You bet. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he would have been found guilty. The broken tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body.
Ever since that case was solved, the knife's been in Detective Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgeworth's car? Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf.
What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. To me, that, pal.
Alright, enough of this one. Alright, enough of that one, got it. But Rover only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing the Chief's safe?
More importantly, why was there any money in there? Isn't that what saves it for anyway?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this.
Hey, that's it. That's the game prosecutors. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see?
That's not exactly the version we heard.
No, but this sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it's kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details.
I'm not really finding anything linked to anything special.
That's a photo Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about it? Now, Miss Star's quite the lady. Well, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16. That's how old I am. Now I wonder what happened.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too.
Alright, let's check the evidence. What's the evidence list there, wasn't there? Alright, what's in the evidence list?
My God, it's a children's drawing.
I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture.
Alright, the fact that it's broken is important. That's what the chief was reading before, wasn't it? You know, when we first came in here.
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So Mr. Edgewebb's list was really only half the evidence.
Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back.
That's the fingerprint, silly. Alright.
Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints.
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your head like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with.
Did you get fingerprints right? You like really cake it on? And so it's like so thick you can't even see the fingerprint?
My God, it worked.
Alright.
MSK's fingerprints? My God. But why?
No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought that'd be Dark Ace prints.
Psst. Hey, you over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to you, your ID card, we'll be able to get some hard evidence.
No, that's not a very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Cheap gun. Oh.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Then I thought of a certain detective.
You mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir.
Drop your ID off on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But sir.
Now, get out.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait, you without the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Why would Phoenix ever leave her with him in that situation? That makes no sense.
Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go and sneak in there, didn't you, like that?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now I've seen the evidence that Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about this the whole time?
Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try smooth things over the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'd be busy for the rest of the day.
Attention Center Visitor Room.
I see. So Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you. That's why I'm here.
Oh, but I've already told you all I can.
But what you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I think I know it is who's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was one a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not you you're unwilling to tell the truth to. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. Individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
It's clearly Mr. Gumshoe. The person whom you fear is this.
To be honest, there's someone a bit scarier.
Who could it be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the markings of a criminal in you. What's with all your fallacious accusations?
Perfect pronunciation.
Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? If you ask me, you're the scary one.
Alright, fine.
Well, Miss Sky. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Don't forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course. These are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party that could have possibly tampered with the evidence was
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gaunt. They got lazy with Gumshoe's police ID. They just reused the Goodman ID sprite. Yeah, they did.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Gant falsified evidence in that case.
You want proof of the chief's wrongdoings? Here it is.
That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right, but it's not the chief.
Who would it be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes, you seriously believe that.
All right. I just found this in the safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Yeah.
The person concealing the evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmise. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman?
Perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes. You are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. That was when I found the body. This knife was stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident? The serial killer Joe Doc's knife?
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage in your right hand?
Yes, and it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged that knife in.
Miss Starr, huh?
Why'd you need to hide the Dake's knife so badly? I'm more questioning, wouldn't that easily be picked up in forensics? It's pretty hard to like stab the exact same stab wound with another knife. Especially when she's doing the over-the-top stabbing motion for some reason. Maybe it was some sort of magnetism with the knife.
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dake case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dake's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dake's case.
And if word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
Maybe it's easy to fake the ladder if the knife is larger, maybe. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeweb's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone in the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma was so confident
About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on his own escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive up Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Alright, should be hopefully the final day now, right? I think the final day has Fulmer and the ladder. Yeah, it does. Oh, it's going to be long. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it in a good amount of time. It's 5:30 now of my time. Now its cases split into freak parts. Just want to see how many we got. So we got Fulmer, which is her recollection, ladder, which is evidence and forgery, and then a second ladder, which is illegal evidence. So 1, 2, 3 objection situations, and then court is adjourned. Guess stop now if you want would make more sense than stopping mid-trial segments. Yeah, I know. I think it's going to take me a bit too long to do 3 trial segments. Because each segment, from my experience, takes me about probably
half an hour to 45 minutes. So, you know, doing all 3 would probably take me to about like 8 p.m. at night, which is a bit too late for my liking. If it was just 2 parts, I might have been able to do it. It's very long, yeah, exactly. I think this might be the best place to stop. I know it's a bit of a cliffhanger, but it is what it is. I probably shouldn't have. I should just split it into like 2 full streams. And it would have worked out perfectly. Instead of having one the first day and a bit. Up to here. What was that? Yeah. Day and a bit in the other bit.
Oh, well, it is what it is. We'll get there eventually.
Hope you guys have enjoyed. If you have, give it a like, give a subscribe over on the YouTube. If you're on Twitch, give it a follow. All these things help the channel grow and grow and grow. The channel grows, the content gets better. I'm usually off tomorrow, but if I get what I'm doing done early enough tomorrow, I could probably come on later in the afternoon. So I'm usually done with everything by like 3:30 in the afternoon. That'll give me 2.5 hours, which should be right for it. I don't know, it really depends, really depends. I wouldn't put high hopes of me coming on tomorrow. I put like average hopes, you know? It's not quite like hitting a home run, but maybe if I hit a triple, it might happen. It really just depends on how I'm feeling tomorrow. How much later would that be to my usual time? It'd be about 3 hours later than my usual time. 3.5 probably. Because I usually start at midday my time, which is 12. And then I go to 6 p.m., which is dinner time. If I go any longer than 6 p.m., I really start to get the super hunger shakes. And I get like headaches and stuff like that, so I don't really like going longer than 6 p.m. unless I'm like, I know I'm close to a good stopping point or an ending point. But that's just me personally. I'd like to do even longer streams. Knowing when to nap helps you out a lot, yeah. You should be fine. I probably won't come on tomorrow. There's a very good chance I won't be on tomorrow. It really just depends on what happens with me tomorrow. But I'll schedule it early if I think it's gonna happen. I'll try to schedule it like before 2 if I can on YouTube. But I wouldn't put hopes up. I wouldn't put hopes up. Anyway, that's it from me. Hope you guys have enjoyed. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye.